Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to all of you guys who successfully portaled over here after the Becky Hill coverage. James says, I love all the details in your picture for the upcoming. You mean like in the thumbnail? You like for Karen Reed or, but awesome that you love the details. Welcome back on in, Candace. So yeah, so here we are, day 15 of Karen Reed. First couple little housekeeping measures here. So on the last live stream, I had talked about how I couldn't recall off the top of my head if the defense asked for a Bowden instruction for the jury last year for jury instructions. Because we did go over, for anyone who missed it, we did go over Commonwealth v. Bowden. We did go through the jury instructions. We talked a lot about that. And all those timestamps are done, by the way, for anyone who missed it. But I did double check. And so last year, what happened was the defense did ask for that Bowden instruction. You know, I think that they call it something like, you know, the inadequacy of the police investigation or something like that. They did ask for it. It was denied. So Judge Bev denied giving that instruction to the jury. But they did ask for it and the jury didn't hear that instruction. And we did read through that instruction on the last live stream and it is time-stamped. Second thing to follow up on is, oh yeah, so James is so right, all the stuff on the lawn, right? The beer bottles, the red Solo cups, there's also a SIM card, there's also the snowblower, there's Chloe, there's all kinds of stuff. There's a lot, if you look, take a closer look even at the house, you'll see Brian Albert peeking his head from one of the windows. There's a lot of little Easter eggs in that thumbnail, for the thumbnail for every episode that we have here for this trial. There's lots to look at there, so I'm glad you're noticing. I sort of built that up over time. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so then the other thing I was going to follow up on. So do you guys remember when Breen said Gianturco and we were like, what? And it was on Redirect with Yuri Buchanan. And I said, I found who that is. And I pulled it up and I said, we will take a look at it on the next live stream. So he said the name Gianturco. He meant to say Nicholas Garino. Instead, he said FBI agent, or he said Agent Nick Gianturco. Okay. So let me just share this to you guys. Hold on. All right, here it is. This is wild because this article is from 1998, okay? So when Breen made this slip of the tongue, right? Some of you guys are already familiar with the Whitey Bulger, right? How Breen represented Whitey Bulger. This is from decades ago. So to have a slip of the tongue where he means to say Nicholas Garino and instead says Nicholas Gianturco is wild to me. But anyway, let's take a look. So it was Fleming's boyhood pal, Bulger, with news that sent a chill down Connolly's spine. Undercover FBI agent Nicholas Gianturco had been marked for death. Gianturco, deep undercover on a truck hijacking case called Operation Lobster, had been found out by a gang of Charleston leg breakers, according to court records of the exchange. The thugs, Bulger said, planned to kill Gianturco that night when he dropped by a deserted Hyde Park warehouse to see some stolen jewelry. Connolly thanked Whitey, again, that's Whitey Bulger, hung up the phone and pulled Gianturco off the case. That tip, the agents still believe today, saved Gianturco's life and drew Bulger and Fleming into the FBI fold. An amazing 20 years followed. As time passed, Bulger and Fleming grew more valuable as informants and friends to agents like Gianturco, Connolly, Morris, and Paul Rico, the guy who had recruited Fleming as an informant. I wonder if that's the same Rico as in where they got Rico from. Anyway, sometimes Gianturco or another agent would have dinner parties and Fleming and Bulger would stop by with bottles of Chardonnay. You know, I'm going to take a look real quick because I think that might be the case. Let me see. Right. So RICO's, of course, short for the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The irony, though, that there's also someone named Rico here. Anyway, okay. So let's keep reading. Sometimes Gianturco or another agent would have dinner parties, and Flemmi and Bolger would stop by with bottles of Chardonnay. Oh, I already read that one. As Bolger and Flemmi cemented their relationships with the FBI, agents made sure the informants were kept out of prison, according to the testimony. In 1979, FBI officials were said to have arranged to have Bolger and Flemmi dropped from an indictment for fixing horse races. A decade later, the agents warned Bolger and Flemmi to steer clear of the offices of a Roxbury bookmaker under FBI surveillance for police bribery. The bookie was arrested, and then they were free to go about their business. The mob hearings going on in Boston for months now have provided so much sensational testimony about the fine line between good and bad that it's hard to keep all the accounts straight. So let's just make sure we got all of the Gianturco references here. Okay, as years passed, agents like Gianturco, Connolly, and Morris retired or were reassigned to other bureaus. Flemmi and Bolger distanced themselves from the new agents who saw them as clear enemies. And then in 1995, 66-year-old Bolger was winding up the last leg of a trip when he heard he was about to be indicted on federal racketeering charges. Anyway, so basically this FBI agent who Breen referenced was all tied up with this Whitey Bolger racketeering and FBI informant and craziness. So there you go, guys. Weird that he had that slip of all the slips of a tongue one could make, right? So yeah, so there you go, guys. Interesting. So you can definitely read more about him if you look up Nicholas Gianturco. You know, you can just search for that last name. And you guys, there's lots of information about him, but all of it is from a long time ago, and it's all tied to Whitey Bolger. Again, one of Breenan's most high-profile cases that everybody seems to know about. So there you go. Okay, so now that's follow up on those. Now we are going to jump into the testimony from today. Okay. Here we go.
Now open your seat.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Yes, she always does this, right? Right, for sure. That was the old school gangster days, right? It's like crazy to even see that, you know, fixing horse races. Like, what? Okay. So John O'Keefe's dad is present today. He actually hasn't been at the trial. They always go on the record and then have a sidebar. This is crazy. I don't think this happened last trial. Anyway, let's just see how long. Are they at sidebar this whole time? So annoying. Yep. All right.
Appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have.
Why is she doing this again, man? Listen. Acting like sidebars are a problem. The jury wouldn't think it's a problem, but you're making it out to be a problem, Judge. Okay.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could, so you wouldn't even have
right. So I'm sure you I'm sure you guys are all well aware. Court was canceled yesterday.
I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Follow the instructions.
Fine.
Since we left here. Yes.
All right, ma'am.
Yes.
Clips.
Okay.
First clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is
Okay, so we're going to get an interview clip here. Let me put it on normal speed.
20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. And this was sort of like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth.
That was kind of a mess. Let's hear that again. I mean, it was like really hard to hear, and it looks like the audio didn't match up with the video. What's going on?
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me.
Okay, so I think the gist of his question here, because there's no context, is that them going to the waterfall was like a last date type thing, knowing that the relationship was going to end. Okay.
I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth
Okay.
would ask to show clip 19.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Let's listen to that one again.
He knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight.
John wouldn't have caused a fight. I just don't think that the defense is saying that John caused a fight. You guys, am I crazy? I just feel like I just don't see how it's helpful. I feel like the allegation, if any, is that Higgins is the one that started a fight, right? Again, that video footage of him at the waterfall where he's like gesturing and then Chris Albert is holding him back makes it look like Higgins is trying to start a fight, right? So I don't understand why the Commonwealth thinks this helps them. I don't know. I think they are using VLC for most of these clips, if not all of them. But I've not been paying attention to that. It's not what I'm focusing on. I'm not focused on what type of player are they using for the clips, but I do recall thinking that each one starts with, if I look back on it, starts with that orange cone, traffic cone. So I think they are using VLC.
I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So now, I believe at this juncture they call the niece in. So we are going to jump ahead to the first witness that we get to see, which is, we got a slew of new witnesses today, guys, that we didn't see in the first trial. So let me just back this up a smidge. I think the cameras might have been late to getting started here. Yeah, because they didn't somehow get the memo. Okay, that's fine.
Begins with the history of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made
Lolly.
typically within that unit?
Yeah, Lolly
Typically,
got to do a bit of things today.
The troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that day?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters,
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no 2 individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and are in conducting examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
How's boy?
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment. Interior and exterior, I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, I'm going to give you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
All right. Almost seek to introduce him to his next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery.
One thing that's awesome is we get to see Nettie do cross today.
Thank you.
Exhibit 133.
May I have one moment?
Yes. Okay.
So, Wally.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Wally.
Taken
Vehicles down.
3 exhibits.
Hey.
134.
And my 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks, you're to disregard that.
Your Honor, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh, boy.
February 1st of
Okay.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a Lallyport?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for
come on
Michael
in,
Proctor,
Scott.
correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
What shorts did you
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Christine,
Will you approach?
go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruises?
Sustained injuries, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Okay, yeah, what happened? Twiz brought his wrong clothes for court, I suppose. Did you have a special outfit planned, Twiz?
To take our morning recess, we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Okay, let me see. Do they put anything on the record or do they actually take, okay, they take a recess. Okay. What's this about drunk discords?
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Put it back in session meeting.
Oh my God. Come back from a break and go back to sidebar. Jesus Christ.
Rise to the jury.
Exhibit I.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, he asked me her Disney princess outfit.
Yes.
Did you already have your shirt out today?
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Hi, you're welcome.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on
Hi,
February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Nitty.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No read right now.
Sorry?
No read right now.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
Another new witness for us as of this year.
You solemnly swear to demonstrate before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
Another new face.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
I mean, at least Lolly
New members assigned to crime scene
let out of
undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
Pause it real quick for a couple things. First of all, Twiz, did you let us know if you had your twerk out yet? Second of all, for anyone wondering, why are they calling all these new people today? Well, one common sense explanation would be when they call anyone who testified in the first trial, there's always the possibility that they will get impeached. So that could be one reason. The other reason could be that someone else is unavailable. These officers are really laying the foundation for the forensics people, which we hadn't heard from yet in this trial until today. They had the first person come in at the end of the day, Maureen Hartnett, who we did hear from last trial. So that's one thing. Another thing is that Unetti's going to be flying a bit close to the sun, which I love, freaking love Unetti, as it pertains to getting into the areas like Bowden defense related and or third party culprit. Remember, we've already heard some sidebars being brought up. Oh gosh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. We've already seen them have some sidebars in relation to this. Colin Albert, we reviewed on the last live stream, we reviewed Judge Bebb's order regarding third party culprit. And Colin Albert, she said it was completely off limits, but that they could develop the theory as it pertains to the Bryans, but Colin is off limits. So there's that thing. Another thing I wanted to say is this, that what was crazy? Are you guys still talking about the drunk discording? I missed all that. The other thing I was going to say is this. I'm going to make a poll. So tomorrow is the Brian Koberger hearing, the pretrial final conference, right? Twiz, of course, is boots on the ground in Boise. And so the poll is going to be this. Do you guys prefer, and I'll keep this going throughout this live stream as people come in and out and whatnot. The poll will be, what do you guys prefer between covering it live as it's happening, which is my time at like 11 a.m., or covering it after the fact when I get done teaching, which would be my time about 11 p.m. So, and of course, considerations, I know there's going to be other people probably covering it, although I don't know, because there's probably some people who are doing care and read. And so I don't know. I don't know what everyone else is doing, but that's why I'm just going to ask you guys what y'all prefer, and you guys get to make the decision. So let me create this poll. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. When would you prefer covering the Koberger hearing? And then the first option will be live as it is happening. One factor would be too, right? Like if Twiz can join us after the fact, if we do it later, but I don't know yet that he would be able to. He can weigh in on that. So live as it is happening, or I'll put option 2, later in the evening. Okay. Hold on, let me just fix this real quick. Coverage. Tomorrow. Okay, let's see. How does that look? Okay, there we go. So the poll should be live for you guys, so feel free to vote. Welcome, Kane. Woo. So Tony, is it still the case where you can't pause it when it's happening live? Is that still the case? I thought maybe that wasn't the case anymore. And I know I keep asking this question every time, and I feel like I can't fucking remember. I feel like you can pause it. Y'all let me know. Welcome, Fender. Is it still doing that thing where you can't pause it or you lose the end of the hearing? Everyone is live streaming. Everyone is live streaming one. But I do agree. If it's still doing the thing, thank you for this, Tony. If it's still going to do the thing where like if you pause it and then you can't like rewind it and whatnot once it's done airing live, if it's still doing that, then definitely that solves that one. I'm not going to, yeah. But I thought that was no longer the case. Okay. So welcome on in, Fender and Kane, as I was saying. All right, so we'll continue on. But thank you for mentioning that. I remember that being the case, at least when it was like the court feed from the from the court's YouTube channel, you know. But now they've got it back to where, you know, your court TVs and law and crimes and whatnot have it. So I think you can rewind it. So a couple people are voting both. Well, I didn't have that as an option. Should I redo the poll and add another option for both? The only consideration is, right, there's also care and read going on. So if we do both, right, part of the thing would be like, if I do the hearing live during the day, we would do care and read in the evening and vice versa. But let me see here. Have you guys been voting? Should I start it anew? We've already got 8 votes. Maybe I'll just leave it as is. So that would be sort of the idea, right? Would be that care and read we would do. I mean, although it would suck to not be watching the hearing, but I would be doing care and read while it's happening live and then do the hearing later. Okay, it's still ending. Okay, thank you for that, Angel. What are you saying here, Kane? If you want to hear what they are saying, I don't know what you mean here. I would love to have Twiz, but I don't know that he will do it. But that would be awesome. James likes the evening. Okay. Okay. What do you mean here, Kane? If you want to hear what they are saying, just saying. I don't know what that means. I mean, if by covering it live means that you end up losing it, then that solves that one. I'm not going to risk that being the case. So.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over. I would document the item in its place.
You mean live while it's happening?
Then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc in those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. It's coming in.
Exhibit 135.
Photographs towards
Exhibit 136.
Kane, did you answer my
And Your Honor,
question?
with court's permission, may I publish those photographs 749?
Okay.
And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752.
Shout out to Ms. Gilman.
And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we were looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the
I
driver's
feel
side.
like Lolly, what do you
And
guys
Ms. Gilman,
I feel like Lolly's projecting more than he did the last trial. I mean, is that just because he's maybe not as fatigued because he did the entire thing himself last time, or is it because he's like trying to like seem like a legitimate attorney alongside Breenan? I don't know. Do you guys notice he sounds more confident to me?
if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors of that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your review of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Sorry.
Liz, what do you mean you can't hear me? Can you all not hear me?
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that
Thanks, guys.
your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir.
So you don't know and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn in the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response time, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these, you mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ryan Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Another newbie.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
Great question. Yeah.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth.
Good. So I have to say, shout out to Meg P, who said that this dude looks like a love child between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, and it's so fucking true. You guys will never be able to unsee it now that I've said that. 100%.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Had a baby.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Legit.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
Wait, is his first name Ryan or Brian?
Ani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
I feel like his first name has to be Brian. Has to be.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police?
Needham Police, I don't think we even heard about them yet at all until today. Like, of all the different departments.
In relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the police department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bowden technology lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bowden lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any
Tony,
buccal swabs
I'll
of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully?
Okay, actually, this is a good point. So Tony says, I don't see the point in much of this. So here's the thing. I'm going to back this up because here's the thing. This is foundation. This is just foundation. These have been back-to-back foundational witnesses before they bring in the forensics gal here, last witness of the day, who, by the way, will also be the first witness up tomorrow because they didn't finish with her. But here's what I will say and here's why I love Yannetti for a lot of reasons. But here's the thing. So this, again, just the foundational witness. I just took these buccal swabs. That's what I did. I took the buccal swabs. Great. 2 seconds on direct, right? But listen to how Yannetti handles this and takes his cross exam and turns it into something way more than just a foundational witness.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome, Miss Mojo.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Brilliant.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I'm looking forward.
You guys, let's listen one more time. I got goosebumps. For a foundational witness like this, and what was it, 3 questions? Holy shit, man. Listen again.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, let's count questions. I think it's 3.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of
Question
Chief
1.
Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
Wow.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Question 2.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts
Question
State
3.
Police?
No.
Thank you. I'm looking forward.
3 questions. You guys, instead of here, you know, it's like he came in, here's who I did buccal swabs for, you know, you guys, how powerful is that? He was never asked to do buccal swabs. Now, it doesn't mean we don't know. It's entirely possible that someone else was asked to do buccal swabs, but that doesn't matter, right? If you're a defense attorney, you're asking this witness, who did he do swabs for, right? And what the jury's hearing, no swab was done for Lieutenant or Chief Berkowitz, rather. No swab was done for Brian Albert, and no swab was done for Tully. Sits down. I have nothing further. Sits down. Bye, Flash. Thanks for popping in. Dude, isn't that incredible, though? Is that not just like, is that not just so powerful, right? In other words, he's taking this foundational witness who's just, you know, his mundane testimony on direct and turning it into a witness to help establish they're the third party culprit, and B, the Bowden, right? They didn't take these buccal swabs of these other people, right? And those people are A, law enforcement, and B, potentially involved in the third party culprit defense. So do you guys see why that was just masterful? You know, I just have to say, Jose Baez is a master at doing this as well, where there's like a state's witness who just did something really mundane and right? And it's like a XYZ thing real quick. and then comes in and asks a couple, 2, 3, 4 strategic questions. And it's like, oh my God. Anyway, but hopefully you guys see why that was so powerful.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
And no follow-up from Lally. Wow.
Next witness for the Commonwealth.
Wow.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Okay, so now we have the forensic. All right. So if you guys remember her from last year, her hair is a different color. She got highlights done, and I thought it was funny because whoever did her hair, well, let me comment on that.
Please keep your voice up, okay?
Whoever did her hair did a much better job than whoever did Jen McCabe's hair, just saying.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
No
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a big...
Great question. No, they're pumping. So they went through a number of those witnesses. We're not skipping around. So what happened was, the first thing was they played those 2 clips. Then they had that niece testify. Now, she was on the stand for a long time, but we weren't able to see that. So that was the long witness. But then they pumped through 3, 4 witnesses real quick because they're just those foundational law enforcement witnesses. Now this witness goes through the end of the day and they don't finish with her. She'll be on the stand again tomorrow. So we didn't skip around. It's just those law enforcement foundational witnesses were quick. But again, Yannetti's cross on that last witness to me was killer. So yeah.
Basic understanding of
Now
how
she's a long witness, like I said.
the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section, as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
Real quick, has anybody here in the chat not seen the video I did of the hair experiment pertaining to the hair found on the Lexus? Let me know.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
Also, make an assessment. Sorry, I've been having old Greg references in my head, and I haven't been saying them out loud, and it's just finally killing me. So make an assessment. I just had to do it.
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes. Thank you.
So also new glasses. I'm still not sure. These look like safety goggles to me. I don't remember these last year, but they look like safety goggles, but I think they're supposed to be glasses, which is interesting. So
February 1st, 2022.
I was dispatched to the Canton police station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Lallyport area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Always move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Is it 138?
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145. Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
They were showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Can you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach your honor?
Yes. Oh boy, isn't we get to scratch it?
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, your honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
Why does this look different though? I mean, it's I don't know if it's a rhetorical question or genuine. Like every single time we see this fucking taillight, it looks different, right? This looks completely different.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need
Like a solo cup.
to use reusable instruments, I will
Like there's
spray
a
them with a
bunch of
10%
fragments.
bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining the vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had
Great. I'm so glad we have you here. So the thing that looks different to me, and we actually talked at length about these on the last live stream. What was it, last night or whatever, or night before, because there was a report yesterday about the tail. But there's so much less red, and in this one, right? But I'm curious, Neven, because I haven't seen you here in a couple live streams. What were your thoughts on Yuri Buchanan's testimony, and do you think that that helped the Commonwealth? And if
Okay.
so,
yes, it is.
let me know how you think so.
You can take that down. Thank you.
Genuinely curious.
When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining the vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
Now, one thing I will say is that I appreciate that. It sounds like she's very careful about cross-contamination. But, I mean, does this not, though, again, for the jury who doesn't know what is standard protocol and procedure for this type of thing, hi, Happy Annie, again, they're, and in the event, we know they're not going to be hearing from Michael Easter, who's going to explain that to them, right? Let's just say that they have no idea how it's supposed to work with a crime scene. Would they not hear this, though, and then think, well, hang on, what are we supposed to say then of the way that, the initial investigation with the solo cups? Like, let me back it up and play just some of this. Like, when you compare this to, like, the solo cups and the leaf blower and everything else, it's like, well, does this not just make that, like, for people who it's not obvious to on the jury, does this not make it seem glaringly obvious that things were not done correctly?
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining the vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note,
It's like a lot of steps. Okay, so Naven's weighing in. So he says, I think he or she, I think Yuri served his purpose for the Commonwealth to allow the defense to call Proctor. Okay, but they could always call Proctor, right? There's no, I'm not sure what you mean, because it's not like something had to happen. Like, even if the Commonwealth calls Proctor, the defense can still call him. He's on both witness lists. So I'm not quite sure how that means to allow the defense to call Proctor. I'm not quite sure about that part. Do you want to elaborate?
Stands out to you. Do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make up?
This is important. So Naaman says, I mean, so the Commonwealth doesn't have to call Proctor, let him be the defense witness. Okay. So thank you for clarifying. But I will just ask you this question, though. For any of you guys here in the chat, if y'all were on the jury, though, right? The jury doesn't know the back and forth and the strategy, right? I mean, I would assume so, unless there's another lawyer in the jury, like there was last year. You know, they wouldn't be thinking along these lines, right? So if you're on the jury, though, wouldn't you still be thinking that wouldn't you still be expecting the Commonwealth to call him, though? Wouldn't you still be expecting that? Wouldn't you still think it's weird if the Commonwealth doesn't call him? I mean, one could do, and maybe it's a job for AI. I don't know. I don't ever use that type of stuff. But like, how of all of the names said in this trial so far, of all of the names, including the defendant, including the victim, including everybody, all of law enforcement, if I had to make a bet as to whose name has been said more times than anybody in this trial, I think that name would be Michael Proctor. Without like by a landslide, I would say. By a landslide. I think that name has been said, and just that like, just to give it for a sense of like the gravity of it, right? Like it's almost like if you're on the jury and you're tracking that, it's like who's equally as important, if not more important, given the number of times the name has been said. Is this not like clearly there's something going on here, right? Would you not still expect the Commonwealth to call him? I'm just curious what you guys think. Maybe I should make a poll. Let me check. I think my other poll is probably done. Let me make another poll.
Observation of any other things, and I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Undercarriage.
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response.
All right.
Not the separate.
All right, guys, we got a new live poll here. If you were on the jury, would you expect the Commonwealth to call Michael Proctor?
Pieces of evidence you may find. Is it assigned a particular number or case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you.
That's exactly why you call him, though, right? If he's scum but didn't frame. I mean, the thing is this, right? Okay. He's scum. Thinking about the adequacy of the investigation. Let's just talk about this real quick. So Trooper Proctor, so if everyone's in agreement that Trooper Proctor is scum, right? but that doesn't mean he framed Karen Reed. Okay, fine. I mean, what about the fact, though, that the investigation was conducted with lack of integrity, with obvious bias, with sloppiness, with all the different issues as it pertains to Proctor, right? Like even just from being scum in terms of like the text messages and whatnot, right? But what about also, I mean, with the text messages, there's an overlap there, right? The text messages make him scum, but also the text messages show an inherent bias, and that goes towards, again, problems with the investigation, right? But even if you set that aside, like, for example, forging the signature on the evidence bags, right? He forging signatures on who was the other dude? Trooper Keefe. We proved that one. That Proctor said that Keefe was present for that interview and he wasn't. Like even if you remove the text messages, even if you remove the scumbaggery, if you just look at there's so many issues that involve Proctor, right? So if you're the Commonwealth, don't you need to address that? But I mean, I don't know. That's what the poll is there for. You guys can vote in the poll. So even if you set my point being, even if you set the framing aside, right, the inadequate investigation or the complete botched investigation, whether it's ineptitude or laziness or whatever, stupidity, pick your word, you know what I mean? The reason why doesn't matter so much as the fact if you're looking at inadequate, again, kind of like Bowden defense, right? If you're looking at, can you trust any of the evidence in this case? You know what I mean? So Mary says, as a juror, I would expect to hear from him to say he botched investigation, his personal relationship, and his deceit. Yeah. The thing is this, right? If you're the Commonwealth, like they have in this case, they've already put it in front of the jury through these other witnesses that he's scum, right? They've already put it forward that he's scum. If you're going to really, truly own that, right? If you're the Commonwealth and you're going to own that you have law enforcement that was the lead detective in this case and that he's scum, if you want to really, in my mind, redeem yourselves in front of the jury, you need to own that by calling him, right? And then give him a beating, like in terms of on direct, like what can you do to make it up to the world? Call him on direct and obliterate him, right? Make him put all his flaws out there, confess to all the things he did, and then be like, but look, we got rid of him, right? We got rid of him. He was fired. It was just him. You know what I mean? If you really want to say he's a bad apple, but the rest of this investigation was sound, you need to own that. But what they're doing is this medium approach where it's yeah, it was just him, but we're still too ashamed, too embarrassed, and too whatever to actually call him. You know what I mean? You're asking a different question. Stick with my question. Right? Karen saying things is a completely separate, that's not at all what we're talking about here. It's a completely separate conversation. Although one could say if indeed law enforcement viewed it as a confession, they would have arrested her on the spot. But like I said, separate conversation. So we're talking about the Commonwealth calling Trooper Proctor. That's what we're talking about. And what if you're on the jury, what would you expect? Yep. If the prosecution blasted him, exactly. If the prosecution themselves were to blast him on the stand, then they could, I think it would be more convincing that they make a distinction. We're not him. He did what he did. We're not him, right? But they're still covering for him. And all the law enforcement officers are covering for him. That's clear. We saw that firsthand with Trooper Keefe lying on the stand to protect Proctor, lying on the stand when he was confronted with that interview that he was not present for. Lied on the stand to protect Proctor. Why? Yeah, but I understand what you're saying about this, right? So Navin is saying everything that I'm talking about, he's referencing me, about doing to Proctor can better be done by the Commonwealth under cross. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is is if you want to represent to the jury that you are fully saying, yup, he's scum. In other words, the fact of not calling him, right? Just that, never mind the testimony. The simple fact of not calling him when the jury already knows what scum he is and all that, and his name, again, I think his name has been said, like I said, more times than any name in this entire trial. The jury, I would imagine the jury expects the Commonwealth to call him so they can they can once and for all, again, make a distinction, make a differentiation. It's like cowardly, right? Like, I think at this point, the jury is like seeing how this whole thing works. So even though it might be better for the Commonwealth in terms of their own strategy by being able to ask questions on cross-examination, is that really the better option, though, if you've already fucked yourselves in the eyes of the jury? If the jury's like, look, y'all didn't call him, that's problem, because clearly you're still protecting him. Clearly you're cowards. They're going to tune that out, right? You know what I mean? Like, their strategy needs to be, how do you fix this in front of the jury? In my opinion, if you're the Commonwealth, regardless of what side you're on, what the jury thinks matters. That's like day in, day out of trial. Your strategy needs to be based on, what does the jury need from me today? What does the jury need from me today? And if the jury needs you to own up to Trooper Proctor being a fuck up and being like, we're putting all our cards on the table, we're owning up to it, that's what you do. You know what I mean? But you're missing the point, though, Naven. No, I'm not trying. I'm just saying, in the eyes of the jury, if the jury wants to see the Commonwealth own this for real, when they're already, again, it's like this halfway thing. It's like they're trying to say he's scum, but they're not trying to say he's scum. You see what I mean? I would imagine the jury wants, I don't know. That's why I made a poll. That's why I made the poll, right? I'm not voting in the poll. I don't even know if I can vote in the poll, but I'm not voting in the poll. I want to know what you guys think. Do you think the jury expects? The question is simple. It's not, what about when the defense, it's not the question is simple in the poll. If you're on this jury, do you expect the Commonwealth to call Proctor? That's the simple question from the poll, guys.
You a photograph? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your
Okay,
Honor.
here it glass. Here we go.
141.
Court permission, I'd like to show
But I
P167 to the jury.
You guys know how I feel, by the way. I was just saying this last night. I wish you were here, or not last night, 2 nights ago. I wish you were here for that. And even when we were doing all the Proctor or not Proctor, oh my God, the Buchanan testimony. I literally was saying, like, I love different perspectives. And I was literally saying, I wish I could hear from somebody in the chat right now who seems to be maybe more, I don't know, I don't want to put words in people's mouths, right? But in favor of the Commonwealth or what have you. You know, again, anyone in the chat is feel free to say whatever you guys want in terms of your own whatever. But I was really saying, I really wanted to hear from somebody who could explain how this testimony was helping the Commonwealth. And I never want to be an echo chamber. And I appreciate you guys in the Scroll crew as well for being so respectful of people's differing opinions. I think it is so important. And there's no better way to learn than having something challenge our own interpretation of things, right? How we view things. It's so freaking important. And so I just really appreciate all of you guys for being open-minded and for sharing your perspectives. I just think it's important. And so, yeah. Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
I can't see it. Oh, wait, no, I can see it.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I actually haven't seen it yet, Navin. I've not seen it yet. I think some of you guys have referenced it. I have not seen all of this yet. So
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
So the reflection part, did that already? Okay, hold on. Did I miss something or is it coming up, guys? 'Cause it sounds like now they're talking about the scratches, which I have a lot of thoughts about those. Oh, it comes out in cross. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Good. Got it. All right, cool. So we'll get there when we get there.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
The vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence. Jury P-172.
I mean, the
Close up
scratches.
just a little more, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
This is okay.
Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a
Wait, is it?
little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have enough.
Wait. Is this the reflection? So why is the light? Okay, I'm just looking at that tail light or light. That looks like a fully intact light, right? So is this one of the reflection-y things? Because something doesn't seem right about this. Is it upside down? What's going on?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
No, something's not right
Could
here.
you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
It's not right.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's
Wait,
something
what?
entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I
No,
just
the
want to
hair.
point
Wait, what?
out that is not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
Well, the hair, but the hair is on the same side as the broken tail light, and she just said that's a hair, and that's a light that's fully intact. But
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations
That's
just
not
for
how I
actual
remember this
physical
last
items?
year.
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photo.
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle. There was some scratches as well as a dent.
Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you
It's
show us where you
just-
saw further
I
scratches?
mean, and the thing is, this is just sad, right? Like, we're gonna watch the video I made last year of the hair experiment where I talk about scratches and stuff too. But I mean, no idea. No one can say when these happened or how they happened, right? And anyway,
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
it would have been helpful for the jury though if they'd heard this testimony before they did the jury view, right? Because when they go to see that Lexus, well, they already did. That already happened. I mean, think about that, right? Like they, a lot of people, myself included, talked about, was this jury review done too early? And I think it was. And here's why. Because they didn't know, like, this would have been so helpful if they had this testimony before they went and did the jury review, because then they could see for themselves, because that's so hard to tell from that picture, right? And it's one of those things where it's like in person, you might see something and be like, oh, that totally looks like something really happened here. Or you might see it in person and be like, oh, that looks like the type of scratches that from a shopping cart that runs into the car, or another door in a parking lot dings that were whatever it is, right? And anyway, it's just.
You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Here we go.
How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize
It on the rear area.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Yes.
In the second photograph, is that fair? No.
Comes the hair.
Could get in as close as possible,
All
Ms.
right.
Stillman.
All right.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you?
All right, take a look at that hair, guys. Perfect timing. We're going to pull up my little video. It's not long. I made this last year. All right, some of you guys may have seen it. Some of you may have not. Again, it's not long, but check this out. All right, let's go. All right, so we are going to do a little. Again, this is my car. This is me filming this on my phone. This is from last year. I think it was a little bit later in the year, like maybe June or whatever. Anyway, it looks so warm and sunny compared to what we've had here recently. But this is me narrating this whole thing. Little experiment. Now, while this is not official in any way, shape, or form, I have all the confidence in the world that it's going to be, in many ways, more reliable than anything done in the investigation with the Karen Reed trial. So what I have here is a car. So it is quite a windy day today, which might play into some things because we're going to be remembering that it was a blizzard during the time. So here's my taillight. So first of all, the height. Now, obviously, this is a Prius and not an SUV. However, you know, the taillights are going to be probably in a similar area. The point being, not nearly at the height of somebody's head when they're over 6 feet tall. This taillight here comes to like and the reason I'm mentioning that is because last year it seemed like the theory was that the head hit the taillight, right? I think that now it's more like they're saying the arm, but that's why I said that. Hip area. So then let's just take a look here because, you know, it looks like a solid piece of machinery, whatever the fuck. But if I knock it, you can tell it's very hollow, right? And like all of this stuff here, like it looks like it's like thick layers of glass or whatever. It's an illusion basically because it's just plastic, right? And it's like they have that lining in there, which we saw it with Karen's vehicle. We'd see the inside was all silvery. There you go. It's that lining to give it, it's like a mirror effect where it's reflective. So that light, even without it being on, light reflects, right? So so while it looks like there's a lot of shit. And the reason I'm saying that is because like my car is not on, right? But the light's hitting off of it and you can see it being all shiny in there. It's not, it's just hollow. And so yeah, so that's what we got. Now also what we got is a hair. And the testimony was that they measured the hair at 7/8 of an inch. So I pulled a hair from my head so I could have the root tip on it because they talk about that. I don't know if that's going to make a difference in terms of how it attaches to the vehicle, but I measured it I cut it because I have really long hair. I cut it short to 7/8 of an inch. So it's just the very tip of my hair. So if you imagine a short piece of hair from somebody's head, right? Like it's like that, but it's the same length as what they have in evidence. as far as the hair on the vehicle. It's obviously it's hot, whatever. I can't duplicate the temperature, but we do know that there would have been some sort of moisture on her car because of the fact that there had been some snow. So in order to duplicate that, I've got just a spray bottle here with some water. It was a vertical panel where the hair was. And I would say that, you know, while for hers, it was under the tail light on the bumper. My bumper is curved. So I'm actually going to go right next to it because this is more of a vertical surface here. So I'm just going to spray. Now, this is interesting what happens with the hair. Sorry, it's dirty. It's pollen. So I'm going to spray a little bit of water, good amount of water, just to be sure it's wet. Okay. So again, now I've got my
The point
being to mimic that her vehicle would have been wet. Hair, little focus. There we go. That's the root tip, I think there.
So
just to reiterate, what similarities I've got here, it's the same length of the hair. It's got the root tip. The vehicle's wet, and I'm putting it on a vertical panel. I'm just going to. And it's a very windy day. And it's actually curved, which is good because it's kind of curved, the one that they have.
I'll watch what happens.
And I'm just going to place it. That's pretty good in terms of duplicating. Now, I'm not going to press it on. Actually, this is interesting. So I put it there, and now you can actually see how parts of it, I don't know if you, it's pretty good at duplicating it though, isn't it? So it's kind of a backward C shape.
I'm going to pull up real quick. Let's go back to the backward C shape. Now, remember how part of it from last year, right, is like depending on the angle of the picture, it was facing the other direction, but there's the hair there. And remember, we're going to see pictures, I'm sure, where it's facing the other direction type thing. But anyway, but then here's, and I'll go back to this one. All right.
It's on there. I would imagine that because it's more humid in the summertime, I would imagine that moisture would last longer than when it was dry. But anyway, so there's the hair. And we took a look at the taillight already. But what I'm going to do now is that hair's there. I'm going to drive over to the grocery store, the Harris Teeter, which is literally right across the street from me, right that direction. And it's a very short drive. I'm going to drive to the grocery store and come home, and then we're going to see if that hair is still there.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. What happened was not what I expected.
Y'all, I just got back from the Harris Teeter. 2-second drive across the street. There's a slight breeze. It was a little bit windier earlier, but it's been on and off. Anyway, take note of what is.
I was expecting the hair to still be there, to be fully honest. I was shocked.
No longer here.
Because, I mean, really, it was just to drive across the street and back.
Hair is gone. So, yeah.
All right, now as it pertains to the scratches.
Also, I just wanted to say real quick.
And dents.
My car has damage to it that I did not do, and I have no idea how it got there, including this is pretty significant.
Yep.
Right here, that like chipped the paint, like kind of dented it. And
by the way, you can actually see that dent. Look at it. You can actually see that dent versus the picture we saw where she said there was a dent.
Like minor scrapes and shit.
None of this as anything I did. I don't know. It just
all of this I did not do. So I would imagine this is when my car,
like that looks like dings from somebody else's car door or whatever. But I will say, like, this was all done without my knowledge.
Car was parked in a parking lot somewhere and somebody hit it with something. Just saying.
So that's the video. So did they DNA test? So they don't actually DNA test hair. They do other tests for hairs, which I'm sure we'll hear her talk about. Right? I mean, that's the thing. The hitting him in the head seems to be the theory last year, but they've abandoned that. I don't know how they, I mean, I suppose they could try to say that if his arm hit the, I mean, again, going with whatever the Commonwealth, I'm not even clear on it, but if the Commonwealth is going to try to say that his arm hit the taillight, maybe they would say, and this would have to be something that comes from closing arguments, right? Maybe Hank will argue in closing that it was his head of hair or his hair from his head, whatever, that was on his arm, you know, like people get hair on their clothing and that it came off his sleeve when he hit the tail. I have no idea. I have no idea. All right, so now we're going to go back to the testimony regarding the hair.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
So they're going to talk about it, but basically what they would do is they would match it to it's a lot like tool mark. Like what they would do is they would take a hair from John O'Keefe that's known to be his hair. You have a known and an unknown, right? And they would pluck a hair from his head, and then they would take this hair here, and they would look at them under a microscope and look to see if they have the same class characteristics. That's how that would go.
Collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it. I initialed and dated it.
It's like the hair is so dumb that if somebody's gonna try to plant the hair to try to prove, like, at least plant more than one, right? You know what I mean? That's why to me, I'm like, the hair is just neither. I think it just, for me, it's like, doesn't mean anything. That's how I interpret the hair. It's just happened to get there. The question I would have is how the fuck did it stay on, which was the point of that experiment. I don't know how the fuck it stayed on the car, but if somebody was going to try to plant it to try to prove something, I would hope that they would at least put more than one hair.
And then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
And the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different
Now
angles.
there is the picture. I should have kept playing it. This is the picture. Oops, try and move this. That looks almost just like my hair, doesn't it? On the Prius. This is the one that looks. The other one looks more curved and it's facing the other way. This one looks just like the hair in my experiment, does it not? Pretty crazy. Okay.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair
That's
that you
right.
found?
Yes. Yeah.
This hair is the apparent hair.
So, Tony, that's
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering,
should
the
have
light bulb
asked that
inside.
question
So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Lallyport at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph there and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
These came in
And that was
last.
packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
We're gonna
With the
Courtroom
court's permission, I'd
theater.
ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
I like the black though. That's the kind I have. Did you think so? I mean, that's pretty hideous to me. Here we go. Hold it up high like Simba. Wait for it.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. Hold it up high, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You could return that to the box.
Oh my God. I don't know what it was. Circle of life, right?
I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm having some sort of issue here.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so it's not your bag. You need to take.
Interesting.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Issues for Hank there.
Yes, why don't you come in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a
Okay.
break.
Luncheon
In
hour.
about 50 minutes. Yeah, of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself in my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of
Yeah.
smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It was done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes. And you
Exhibit 146.
pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small. Could you explain what those are?
These are two small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag.
Just loose, like this isn't clean.
And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much.
Incredible.
May I approach? Yes. I'll take that.
Some of this shit can only be explained by Proctor, you know? We're talking about whether or not the Commonwealth should call him.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
Possible.
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so
Have you
that is
used more than one
the
swab?
job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please?
Y'all that are members, we've got red solo cup emojis.
Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Is that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark on one exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emerging medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit difference. There's markings or tabs on it.
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I used to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please?
By the way, guys, we're 15 subscribers away from hitting the 2K mark. So share with your friends so we can have a scroll party when we hit 2,000 subscribers. Woo!
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to form of P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes. Steve, what are you talking about?
Item 7-17. Yes, it is.
And the second photograph?
Of the orange t-shirt.
Is that fair? Your Honor.
Person, what do you say?
See?
Right.
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that t-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
We turn the lights up, please. Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see three tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
Did you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
I want small size. I wanted to say too, as far as ferrets are concerned, I don't think they can be ruled out because there's so much weaseling going on in this case, right?
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please.
Nothing against weasels.
Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hey, approaching.
Photograph first.
Item 7-1. This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-.
These two evidence, please.
Hey.
P242, which is 149A. Anything of note when you examine these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we can next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I still don't know why Keen was saying something about somebody being behind me.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Why didn't they test for the debris?
Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
Oh, may I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to
I mean, you know, just let it hang out loose in the bag with everything else.
study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay?
I don't have any data or information to that.
Good answer, ma'am.
Have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the firing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay,
Good answer.
thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross. Cross, 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 cross. By the way, I have a new sound clip here.
Balls.
Your Honor, may I approach? the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant to
Bless you.
Okay.
There he is.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like with Your Honor's permission and for the clerk to have marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead while they mark.
Exhibit that we next in order.
54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go. The ball. That was a clip from Yuri Buchanan reading Higgins's messages, and he said balls, and it was hilarious.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to.
Okay. Yeah. Snazzy outfit.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartnett.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
You were dispatched to the Lallyport at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
Excellent.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, You likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken tail light, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that tail light became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Lallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Lallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
Okay.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
I think that's really smart because remember, Yuri Buchanan got to weigh in onto the causation of the injuries despite not being qualified. Right?
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not, yeah,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustained.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Lallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And I think
Did anyone ask you to examine?
The reason he asked that question is because
when they went to go do the jury view, Brian told the jury to take a look at that specific area for some reason, unbeknownst to us. We had not heard anything about that before.
That area.
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top of where you're talking about above the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
and you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Lallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed a damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I would call it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
Yeah.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
I mean, having said that, I would have been pretty cool anyway, considering.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take?
Question.
And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
Yeah.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took the 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Huh.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me making that decision.
Yeah, but
As a
there's no documentation.
forensic
about
scientist,
where
too,
they. Oh.
you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributes to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Fairview.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about,
So-
was it put in any note that you read?
It was
And literally this is what I was just saying, right? There was no documentation about where they collected that from. But here's the reason this matters too, as it pertains to third-party culprit. Because ostensibly, some of that blood, if the defense theory being that like there was a fight and 2 people were involved in a fight, right? Then some of that blood could be from the other person, right?
something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Lallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Lallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to
So it
me.
was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup. What did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the ground stained blood
I feel like
evidence
they did not go this hard into this last year, and I'm glad they're doing it. Shout out to Mr. Alessi.
from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No testing was done on those swabs.
Oh. Assuming they belong.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they were blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Okay.
Oh,
Sustain. I just have to reiterate that Don O'Keefe deserves better. Every person deserves better, officer or not.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Lallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
Heather's here.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video?
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the taillight. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the taillight at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh my God.
And that's the taillight housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Lallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that taillight.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. So thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including
And one swab.
the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when I'm sorry, I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab, the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present. If there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside.
No.
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all.
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Lallyport for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. but I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be a subject. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item. You didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
Sustained without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do palms of hands produce skin cells?
So this all matters, right? Because as we are led to believe that this time around, the Commonwealth's theory being that the arm smashed the taillight.
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand.
This is brilliant because just literally, she was just saying she can't say it's glass or not glass. Fine. And I literally was just thinking this. I'm so glad he followed up on this because otherwise I would have had to say something. But, in other words, she's able to say apparent glass when it comes to this part, right? But she fought back on the previous questions just a few minutes ago about the taillight. And she's like, I can't determine it, It's like, fine. But here you said apparent glass. So
Forensic science.
Crazy.
Because at the time, you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I just, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes,
You
apparent
talked
glass.
about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, there's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolf just to do this efficiently, Your Honor, thank you.
By the way, guys, I found something interesting here pertaining to Higgins at the
Mr.
Canton PD.
On
Okay,
the stickers, right?
here we go.
So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker.
Oh,
And the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
oh my God.
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
Wow.
With your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture.
Okay.
And you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry,
Just
a
like the
reverse B as in
Lallyport
Bob.
videos.
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question. So
Oh my God.
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes, yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only in actuality, and there was only in actuality one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper.
Oh my God.
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that are present on the bumper were collected together. I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Yes. Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that,
Remember,
yes,
guys, this is the first forensics witness for the Commonwealth's case in chief, the first one.
obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct?
This is just so much more effective than last year. I mean, there's a lot that was left on the table last year. It's clear, clearly.
Let's go to these, we can go back to the, none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
Right.
No, they were resting on the bumper.
Oh, God, this whole thing.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you. We could publish it.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the liftgate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Lallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was in fact that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Lallyport on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help.
Make it bigger.
And again, this is in evidence. Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Wow.
If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens.
Lord of mercy. You can see all that shit melting. Wow.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. If we could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
Ooh.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Lallyport on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So I think, Mary, where he might be going with this, and it's a great point, again, was not brought up last year, but that any evidence that might have been, for example, other hairs or other whatever, right? If you go with the Commonwealth theory, any evidence that would have been on the outside of that vehicle, right, would have been stuck to the freaking snow and ice and whatever. And then it melts and then it comes off the vehicle and then it just runs off into whatever drainage thing they have down there. Or it could land on the bumper. But either way, you know, you'd be losing potential evidence there.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Lallyport on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st. That is you hit
Well, the way the camera zooms in on her face, these court people know what they're doing. Watch.
glass on the
Watch.
bumper
The slow zoom in.
on February 1st. That is you have described it as just perched on the bumper. Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
How do you know where? And you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Lallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, The glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct.
No wonder.
In the general time of January.
No wonder she said she didn't remember the weather when he asked her that on direct. Oh man, sneaky, sneaky.
January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center so Ms. Hartnett can see okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed.
Good night, Mary.
Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh my God.
In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood.
Oh my God, did y'all hear his objection? One thing I commented on last time was how his style of objection was completely drastically different when Trooper Buchanan was on the stand. Now we're back to good old
Average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper. Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Good question.
Sustain.
That pop drop.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
Oh boy.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
Like I showed in my demonstration.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It, in fact, wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. That's crazy.
You remember the journey we
Also
talked
looked at the undercarriage, and there were other things.
about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Mhm.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 140. And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair in an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C-shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
Oh.
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle.
boy.
So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that.
This is the thing. This whole discrepancy came up last year too. This whole thing could have been solved by better pictures, right? Among other things.
Hair that might be in a
Yes.
different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what
Sure.
you're talking about? And we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the
There you
contrast.
go.
Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line? It's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit.
Yeah, I mean, it is very,
Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
I mean, it's definitely, it's fascinating, right? I mean, even though we saw this last year, really completely fucking different. Beyond even, like, if you were to take the other one and just completely reverse it to a mirror image, right? That still wouldn't account for the difference that we're seeing here, right? Because this is like, this looks longer and it's far more curvy, right?
Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle. So
Longer hook.
do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles. Sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Oh my God.
Are you speculating that it's taken from
Oh my God.
different angles?
Oh
I
my
mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. If you, can you
You'd
put them
have,
side
you'd have to see them side by, oh, she's saying at the same time. Okay.
by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Is that
Oh
what-
my
you know,
God.
you answer your question?
Oh my God.
Simply, yes, thank you.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow. I don't think a side by side in such a manner was done last year. Great idea. Glad she asked.
Would that be helpful? We zoom to get side by side.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the
Okay.
Oh my
Did you
God.
like, and then we can- okay.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah, you
where you
can't
wanted to
see
start?
them, but whatever.
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570
Yes. Yes.
on the left? And you see the
The
570.
thing he's getting at here that I would imagine is like nothing moved, right? Because there's been so many things that have been inverted and reversed and mirror image. I think trying to make a point that like because the hair looks like it's flipped 180, let's just be clear here. It's not like the whole picture was done on 180, right? Because everything else is oriented in the same place.
570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's
Because like in this case, right, you might have photos or videos where it's a mirror image, it's been inverted. But you might also have a situation where the photo and or video, like here, is not inverted, but a piece of evidence is. So
same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask the questions.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
oh, for fuck's sake,
They're the
dude.
same, you can read the 570
Really?
horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't
Crazy.
have the 570 upside down. You can read
The
it
fact that she's weaseling this hard on this is crazy to
from
me.
left to right, a 5,
I mean,
7,
come on, dude.
and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Wow.
Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
Mr. Loke's pulling it over there.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Wow.
Can you
Imagine
answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Another thing I will say, I think this might be pretty much it. Another thing I will say is to the extent that somebody breathed on it and it moved, first of all, that's a whole problem, right? But second of all, if that's what happened, that just, again, it points to the fact that if somebody breathed on it and it moved, how the fuck did it stay on through a blizzard, right? I think this might be it. And then they're going to pick up with cross tomorrow. Wow. See, I didn't see all this. A little bit more. Yeah. Wow.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen,
Do I have any explanation of what?
of those two depictions that you're certain of?
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any
Well,
independent
it looks like
research
they
or
will be
investigation.
resuming. Let me just see if they put anything on the record. I don't think they do, but it looks like they'll be resuming with cross tomorrow morning. Wow. He'll be picking up with this hair, I suppose. Unless he's going to switch to a different line of crushing. Is that it? Sidebar. Put anything on the record? Just double check. There's the fan, as per usual. What do we got? Nope, that's it. Okay, so here's what we do have also, guys. So if you guys want, I've got a couple little things here. I've got some clips that I had saved. I haven't watched them yet, but there's a CourtTV clip that's short. It says, "What does Brian Higgins' surveillance video prove?" And I also have that I just got here. I've got a blueprint of the Canton PD along with like an interior thing showing what in other words, the room he went into, right? The room he went into. I got a thing about that. There's also another longer clip from CourtTV that just came out. Why wasn't John O'Keefe seen on the long? I don't know. Again, I haven't watched these. I just thought that they might be interesting. But let me just say this real quick. So those of you guys, well, let me pull this up. Hold on. Let's just do this first. Hang on. Give me a second here. Unshare, reshare. Okay, so last year, right, in the first trial, I don't know how many of you guys, if anyone was here, but when Higgins was on the stand, I believe is when Higgins was on the stand, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. And he talked about, he was asked on direct about getting to the Canton PD and going in and what did you do? And it was like a question, and then he gave a really long answer. And it was like, this was before we knew anything, right? Like about what he was doing there. It was just literally, he just showed up. Okay. So he's talking about like, he walks in the door and the first thing he said, like, so he starts talking about how there was somebody there who was new, somebody new who had just been recently promoted. I forget his name. And he starts talking about this new officer who was in charge of the surveillance footage, like camera shit. Right. And I literally, in fact, I might end up going back and trying to find, I'm sure it's timestamped, right? But it might be worth pulling up because I literally paused and I said, hang on. I said, I'm paraphrasing it, something to this effect, right? Hang on. I was like,
is he going to try? I literally said, don't tell me that this surveillance camera footage is going to be missing. Like literally, we had no indication that this was going to be the case. But the way that he threw that officer under the bus right from the get-go, I was like, hang on, don't tell me this is missing. Don't tell me this is missing. And then sure enough, in that first trial, it came out at some point through that, like some number of questions later, there is no video, and I was like face palming. I don't think I had a goat at the time, so I wasn't goating, but I was like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding. Like, call it, right? The way he threw that newly promoted officer under the bus from the get-go, I was like, oh my God, I see where this is going. Now, of course, we do now have, after the first trial, that footage. I don't think that's all of it. The ones that we saw on day, what was it? 13, I guess. I don't think that's all of it because it's still very limited. But anyway, and literally my thought was like, Higgins must have done something, like, in order for that surveillance footage to just be gone, right? I was like thinking, what did Higgins do, right? So I'm prefacing it with that. Okay, and I'll show you guys. So here's the layout, the floor plan, right? So now, check it out. So somebody put this together. So here's what we have. So it's all color coded. So we're going to go through, we're going to zoom in. So if you look at the color coded, all right, so first you have the yellow square here, or rectangle rather. That's the door that he enters in. And that's up there at the top in yellow. Then you have this teal circle for the water fountain. And then there's the water fountain there on the left. And if you look at all of those colors in the hallway, matches, see there, the layout, the floor plan. So in other words, it's showing that they're matching each one of these rooms in order to figure out the room he went in. So I'm using that a little bit. So then he enters down here, right, Higgins, and then he exits from this room. So he goes into this room and then exits, right? So we this door, right? And it's like, what's that door? Now, I think that somebody probably could have clarified this. It's room number 122. I mean, I was just literally going to say to see what that says, but room 122. So what it says on here is it's the communications equipment. So there's two rooms that I guess that connect, right? You go in here, you have the communications equipment, and then that opens up into the communications center. So you guys see why I mentioned that? Because literally showing up, right? And then going in there. And remember, that new cop that he threw under the bus would have been the one monitoring the surveillance footage at the time, which is why I was thinking it might be worth going up and pulling up that testimony from last year, because it's very interesting. And I don't think he thought this would surface. But I don't think this is, I think there's more that is still missing, right? So, in other words, does this surprise me? Not really. I figured he was meddling with this and then trying to blame it on the dude being new, and then it just got overwritten or whatever excuse he makes. But he actually goes in that room, and then again, that kid, I say kid, the new cop or whatever would be in there, and whatever he does. So there you go. So are you guys interested though in watching any of the CourtTV analysis? You know, I haven't seen it, but there's two. There's one that is, where is it? Like 9 minutes long, and it says, what does the Brian Higgins surveillance video prove? And then there's another one that's like the longer episode, like 40 minutes or what have you. Of course, some of it will be recaps and we can fast forward through it, but why wasn't John O'Keefe seen on the lawn? So are you guys interested in watching either one or both of those? Also, the people have spoken, and I believe it'll be tomorrow night at probably around 11:30 when I do the hearing for Brian Koberger. Hopefully Twiz will be able to join us. Heather's down. Is anyone else down? So what I will probably end up doing then, I don't know, I have to figure it out. Like the thing is, I'm going to want to watch the hearing, right? But the only way to make it work time-wise would be to cover Karen Reed during the day, right? And because then I've got lessons, and then to do the hearing, like again later, like 11:30. But I'm going to want to watch the hearing. And the thing, it just sucks, right? Because like if I'm going to watch the hearing, I may as well be covering it. I don't know. And like if Karen Reed's going on, I'm going to be like, what's going on in the hearing, and vice versa. Anywho, yeah. So, but what I'll do is like for the next live stream for Karen Reed, like in between now and then, I will go and find that testimony of Higgins's and have that ready so we could hear exactly how he explained this last year. So that, I mean, I suppose I could do it live, but it would just not waste y'all's time if I, so, okay. So, all right. So we'll take a look first with this here. And again, I can also put these in the Discord if you guys want, but let me pull up, since this is on topic, we'll start with this one. Okay. Give me just a sec. And then here we go. Okay, now I just have to unshare, reshare. All right, here we go.
Go to the Canton Police Department that morning.
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday?
Correct.
To move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
Here's the thing. This actually worked. So this is actually playing testimony, obviously, from last year. So he says he moved 2 vehicles, which I had forgotten. He only moves 1. I mean, we just watched it. He moved 1 vehicle. He got in and out of a bunch of vehicles. He moved 1 vehicle.
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second.
Oh, boy.
You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022.
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days, after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
Oh, it's on video, folks. It's absolutely on video. That was Brian Higgins in 2024, last year, testifying in the trial against Karen Reed, talking about what he was doing after he left 34 Fairview, where the after party was. He talked about going there and moving some cars. Now, Brian Higgins has not testified in this case. However, Trooper Buchanan is on the stand being cross-examined today about the videos that Brian Higgins referenced last year that are.
So this just got posted on CourtTV, like, I don't know, 12 hours ago or something, but so they're talking, this must have been filmed on Friday?
Now a part of the trial
I don't know.
this year,
Maybe
talking
Monday.
about him being there. What exactly was he doing? Let's take a listen.
Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. It appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, a.m.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Well, does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hand up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. Move on, please. Play that through. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not know.
All right, let's bring back in our trial insiders. With me in studio, Joseph Krowski Jr., John DePietro, Peter Ellikin, and Nick Rocco. Who's he talking to? Who's he talking to on the phone?
We don't know. We don't even know if he's actually talking. But to put it in context, Brian Higgins was under contract, did have an obligation to go back to the Canton Police Department whenever it snowed to make sure his vehicles were taken care of. He's an ATF agent, and the chief of the Canton Police Department allowed him to have an office there and a few parking spots. Lo and behold, he shows up there. Again, I reiterate, you're not going to wear the same sweatshirt and same pants if it could.
Okay. So, all right. Here's the thing. I shouldn't have spoken too soon to think that I wouldn't be the squirrely self that I am, which is to, you know, I can't just not do the things. So it didn't take me long. I already found it. Here's Higgins from last year. So this might be a better thing to go back and take a look at because anyway, so let's take a look and remind ourselves what he said last year about showing up at Canton PD. And I don't think it will take long for me to find this. Let's just take a little peek here.
So this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the waterfall?
And took it out of her coat. But it was.
And you can take that down. Time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
We're close.
Similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the and when you were in the kitchen while you were at the house on Fairview, at any point in time now when you left from the residence and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between
bam, here we go. This is on direct. That's Lolly. He's talking about leaving 34 Fairview. Let's go.
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
Oh, welcome, Tonka.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time? People that you described would have still been in. You indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation. Become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert. And beyond the people that you've described, as you've changed, did you note as far as the weather intimately?
Just that
exiting the home, changing weather.
The weather was getting worse. The snow was
Lolly just trods along.
picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described
For
on
fuck's
Fairview
sake.
Road, what if any observations?
Oh my God.
Long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
That you pulled away, or what if anything you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up. May have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it.
It's so funny. I forgot there was some weirdness around okay. There was so much weirdness. I haven't gone back and listened to this since last year. And it's like, and now that I'm hearing it, I'm like, oh my God, I remember thinking there was something weird about this. This is one of the things where this is weird.
Way. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow.
The whole fish stick thing. Yeah, this was weird, right?
And then drove away.
Fuck.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled and who controls that?
The fish
So the operator controls it, the mechanism.
Okay, we're going to go ahead. This is all weird and whatever, but we're just trying to get to the part where he actually fucking leaves. Okay. Pulling away from the house now, finally. Nothing took his attention. Okay.
So that somebody could move the vehicle because some said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle because a lot of times.
Okay, let me back this up. Let's hear the question. Oof.
The residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the
Do you recall leaving the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
All right, here's the question. Why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down.
I'm going to watch this on normal speed. I'm going to reiterate here. The question was, why is it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. We had, I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So
sorry, already this reminds me of Alex Murdoch, where he's like, it's like, so what made you come down here this evening, right, to the kennels? And he's like, so my mom has late stages Alzheimer's. It's like, what the fuck type of backstory are we getting? Wow.
Why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So
he trying to almost say, are we supposed to then understand, again, in hindsight now, that all of those vehicles he went in and out of, those are all his vehicles? He has that many vehicles? How is that possible? Because how would he have so many? Like, he's only one person, right? You know how it is, right? Like, if you can, you could leave one vehicle one place and take a different one to leave and go somewhere else, but you can't be driving multiples. Never mind.
So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night, so
I mean,
that would be the reason for
trying to represent that he has multiple work vehicles and multiple personal vehicles, and all of them are at Canton PD, and those are the vehicles he's moving. But we only see him move one vehicle.
heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were?
And Lolly's like, let's take a break and talk about the funeral again.
Did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Lallyport.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Lallyport into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Lallyport, the first door would be through.
I'm so glad we're doing this because this is all provably false. Okay, hang on. We're going to break this down and we're going to look at the floor plan. Let's listen again.
It's going up to my office to
the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Lallyport, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
All right, hang on. Wow. All right. Let me unshare, reshare. Think about what he just said, guys. All right, so holy shit. I wonder if anyone else has done this. So here's what he's describing. So, all right, secure Lallyport. Okay. So this is the door he described entering through this door, and that's accurate. From the camera, we see him entering through this door, okay? Now the hallway that we see him walking up and down is this corridor right here.
Now he said, hang on. He said, I guess there's a second floor. He said something about going up some stairs. Now, what are the stairs? Where are the stairs? This looks like stairs, maybe? I would think, guys. What do y'all think? I don't know. I'm not a floor plan person, but are those stairs? Maybe? That looks like stairs, doesn't it? So he said, you go down the court. Let's listen one more time to make sure we get it right. Well, then I have to unshare, reshare. Okay, I'm going to listen to it. Hang on. Or I'll just read it from the subtitles. Okay, going up to my office. When you come through that pass-through door, the first door, the first door would be through area that goes directly into the directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to another door on the end of the common hallway, there's a set of stairs, and I would go up that way just for a second. As far as when you initially walk into the Lallyport area, that's a garage, basically, correct? And then when you come into the garage door, wait, that's, I think, Lally. So basically, he's saying to get to his office, right? What he's saying is this, right? So there's that floor plan. Coming on in through this door, and then goes down the corridor, right? Let me go look at. Okay, so, and there's booking. He described booking, right? He described booking. That's all accurate. He's saying you go down the corridor, and then at the end of the corridor, there's another door, and then you go up the stairs, and then that would take him to his office, which is where he was going. Now, number of problems, because assuming these are stairs, which is what it fucking looks like, they're not in that same corridor. And there's no door, because the doors have those little, like, these are the doors, right? The little half circles or whatever, quarter circles. What he's describing doesn't match what we have here on the floor plan. Let me take a look at. Yeah, like, dude, so comes in here. So you have the door, there's booking, right? There's a door to go into the corridor. That's the corridor. Can you guys see my hand, the little hand? That's where we see him. But you could also go down here. Either way, there's no door. Like at the end of the hallway, there's no doors that take you elsewhere. Like that says cell, really? But here's the stairs. Now he's saying, regardless, he's saying he goes upstairs to get to his office, right? And instead, what we see him doing is coming in and coming down the corridor and going into, so here we go, into this room, right? You guys following me? And here you can actually see the letters better. Evidence. Interesting, because here's also on the opposite side here, you guys can see that's the evidence room. Jesus Christ. Secure corridor. And there's bike patrol. See, I'm just orienting myself here. Oh, there's bike. Hold on. Bike patrol on the right. Hold on. Oh, just kidding. Okay, so it's actually oriented differently. So the bike patrol. Okay. Just kidding. So they're oriented differently. I'm not good with maps, guys. Just clearly. This is the door. Okay. Let me see if I can do something. All right, check it out. I'm gonna fix this for the record. So, all right. If I do a highlighter. Okay. So basically, I was thinking that this is the corridor. No, they're oriented differently. This is actually the way because the bike patrol's on the right, so it's this way. So this is the corridor. If you go all the, so he is correct. Okay, here's what I will say. I'm going to save it like this so then I can zoom in. He's actually correct then. So I'm fixing this for the record. He's actually correct given now that I realized that I had it oriented. Yeah. That if you do go all the way down to the end, right, there is a door and that does take you to stairs. And you could go up the stairs and then I guess he's got an office or whatever, right? That's what we know he didn't do that, but at the very least now I can say on the record, like, okay, at least there is a door at the end of this hallway and it does lead you to stairs. So there's that. So here we have, this is the evidence room, right? And then here is the communications business and the communication center where he goes. This is the place where he goes. So I'm actually going to highlight this another thing for the doorway. This will be good to have. Okay, so highlight, and we'll highlight it. So it's this door, hold on. Right here. Okay. So that's the door he goes in. So you guys see how the orientation is different? That's why I'm not going to map. So that's the door he goes in. This is the communications situation across from the evidence room. So if you're walking down the hallway from the Lallyport, entering the building, right? You got bike patrol on the left, evidence on the left, and then this door that goes through is on the right. But then we're viewing it from the opposite side. Does that make sense at all? Probably not. I hope anyway. So the orientation is different. Okay. So, but we know now, I mean, we could have figured, but like it's on video that he did not go upstairs to his office, right? Angel, I don't know if people maybe fell asleep, but I'm here. So hello. Glad you're following. Glad it's making sense. So I wonder if there's a way to figure out where his office is. His whole thing that he's saying, guys, like let's just think about this. His whole thing that he's saying here is that he was going to his office because the key was on his desk in the office, so that he could move these vehicles around. But he doesn't go to his office. Instead, he goes into this communications room thing. So let's watch some more. Maybe I can find out about his office. Okay, let me just unshare, reshare. Oh boy.
The booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walked
Go up that way. I did go up that way.
into the Lallyport area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
Now we're going to be getting here in a moment to the part where I was like, holy shit, is this video going to be missing?
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior?
What are you making for dinner?
How far away are the two?
So if you come
What a dumb question. Who cares? Okay.
the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Lallyport, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far? You know?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And
So down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two.
Is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
No.
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably he was on midnights.
Now, I don't think he was called in the first trial, and he has not been called this trial, right? But it was at this part where he says newly promoted Sergeant Good when I was like, don't tell me.
Like it all hit me at once. I was like, oh my God, the way he said that, he's throwing him under the bus. Don't tell me this fucking footage is missing, and he's gonna try to blame it on Good.
That area specifically, and if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the
Believed he waved to him.
police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up.
So Lolly's changing the line of questioning over going back in time to the drive. Like, for fuck's sake, dude.
Yeah.
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your...
Somebody else moving it? So then why did you have to come back and move it? None of that.
office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
What the fuck?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
He moved one vehicle and it was not to the center. He moved it to the other side of the building. We watched this. This is crazy. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, why is he lying about so much of this, right? It's like, none of this adds up, except for the one thing that I corrected about the stairs. There were stairs at the end of the hallway. That's it. That's all that lines up with the evidence.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
I mean, I don't know that I'm the person for the job, but what would be really helpful, at least I would like to see this, is doing a thing like a video where it takes his testimony, right, from this first trial, whenever he's talking about this situation at the Canton PD, and takes that and then does a side-by-side with what he says happens, and then showing the footage that we just got at this trial of we're watching him with the timestamps, right? If we, I can't even recall if those timestamps are visible or if they're backwards or whatever, but with that video, what he says happens with the video, and then with like the blueprint, right? And do like a side by side, because there's just so much that doesn't make sense. And it would be the thing that'd be most helpful would be to find the things that are actually truthful. Like so far, like I mentioned, the fact that there are stairs at the end of the hallway, but that's about it. And also, I would love to know exactly where his office is. I mean, we know, unless there's any type of possibility that he did go to his office also, but that footage is missing, right? But of all the footage to be missing, you would want to keep that footage, right? Like the footage you want to be gone is the footage of you going into the other rooms, and you'd want to keep the footage that shows you going to your office, right? If that's what you're going to say happened. So it's just so stupid, because it's like, will we ever know? Is that the entirety of the footage that exists? Or, I mean, clearly it's not. It's just maddening, right? So it's like, it's almost like, is it even worth it? If you don't have all of the evidence, then is it even worth going through and with a fine-tooth comb and putting it together? I don't know. I'm just sharing my thoughts out loud. Oh.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
Right, there was that one. Now, I can say this was an interesting slip of the tongue, but we've seen him now leaving in the Jeep Wrangler, right? I think there was a thought at some point last year that maybe that was a Freudian slip, and that he was, because the Jeep Cherokee was driven by somebody, Caitlin Albert, somebody, I know, anyway. But we now see him leaving in the Wrangler.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
I mean, my God, it's just a mess. I mean, I will be honest, it would probably be worth going back and watching his testimony from I haven't watched it since last year. Probably would be worth going back and watching it, especially as we don't know if he's going to get called or not. It's just a disaster. The whole thing, start to finish, is a disaster. I mean, and we could skip past the text messages if we wanted to do this. We could skip past the text messages. We just heard all of those. And in fact, in this trial, it was the text messages were incomplete. We actually got more text messages this time around that didn't come in the first time. But about the phones, dude, it's just.
If you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
Okay, it's just the phones are blowing up. I mean, again, all of it is just like, wow. But what I'm going to do, God, everything about it is insanity. So there's the text communications. I'm going to go ahead to cross and see when they talk about the CPD stuff. Okay, drinks Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez. Sidebar. Okay, close friends with the Alberts, James and Ginger. I'm sorry for anyone who's listening. I'm just going through this and looking at the CCs because it's the easiest way to find the places that we're looking for here. Flirtatious texts. They're approaching. Okay, they're talking about text messages. There's the Patriots game. Oh, I remember all this. They're on a line of questioning about Karen, so I'm going to go ahead a little bit further. I think, let's just see what happens here. There's the lunch break. Okay, so we're going to go back to this. Okay, now we're at the waterfall. Go ahead. Yeah, his and Trooper Paul's. I agree. I've been thinking about that as well, wanting to rewatch Trooper Paul. I mean, that would be more for entertainment purposes, but. Okay, texting Karen, swooping the driveway. Okay, they're talking about being at the house. Basement. Oh, this is actually interesting.
May I approach?
Yes.
Answered, I believe he did.
This is about Don O'Keefe or some male coming in the house.
So you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying attention.
I realize that you.
Oh my God. Okay, that wasn't even what I was looking for, but just wanted to play that real quick. Okay, so they go on about that. There's definitely more there, but we're just looking for this specific thing here. Okay.
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left.
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
Because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Okay, I'm not as concerned about this part. Getting to the Jeep, flagpole, no body in the snow, no car, He has training to look out for things in the yard, Okay.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory about where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Wait,
You weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home. When you were asked that on direct
Hold on.
examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning?
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
Oh my
All right,
God.
let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022.
Okay.
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I
right?
was more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Parking lot.
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
We'll talk about the video in just a second.
Oh my God.
Um,
To reiterate again, the video shows 1 vehicle was moved. Just saying.
You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Lallyport as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute?
Oh my God. Look at Judge Bev. I mean, she's intervening. Look.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute?
Court, all rise. We'll put everything up.
Wow.
Canton PD
Wow.
at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it.
I'm going to go ahead a little bit to where they talk more about the videos. Okay, so, okay.
I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think
I remember they take a whole tangent about this. He has more drinks. Just all this. It's like there's problems with all of it. But like, anyway, do they take a journey into the butt dials? I think they're talking. I think that's what they're doing. Butt dials. He said they're going to get back into the videos though. So see, because sometimes they say that and then they don't circle back. I think these are the butt dials though. Yep. Calls to Brian Albert. The 22 seconds. Jeez. Butt dialing. Missed call. Let's see if they do come back though to the videos. I think they're probably going to get into him destroying his phone. Let me just see here. The phone, conversation, da da da. After he woke up, he spoke to Brian Albert, da da da. I don't know that they do come back to electronic data. His vehicle being searched. Or not being searched, I guess. Being in the kitchen talking with everybody. Da, da. Karen said she hoped he didn't hit him. Okay, let's see here.
Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home? Or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD
that's right.
on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key
forgot
card
about this.
logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside.
Who else forgot
Yes.
about
Canton PD,
this?
correct?
Yes.
Wow.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling
Very
this jury, you
this
don't
day.
know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
I forgot. I completely fucking forgot about this. A whole day.
So if the records indicate that you were there from
Wow.
9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
Oh my God.
While you were
I'm just looking here. There's so much. Key swipe
is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. it shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Oh,
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to
Okay.
the second floor.
okay. Well, that partially answers my question about, right, like what else is missing. So here, it's saying he was granted access to the second floor, but we don't have any video of it. So, interesting. Interesting.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Time the officers cleared the scene,
No.
telling me the substance of the conversation. Did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that.
He's switching gears. Okay. Well, I think that's going to be, well, oh, wait, hold on. We do have that one other Court TV video. Hold on. Let me just see here. I don't know if this is going to be anything, if there's going to be anything good here. Let's just take a look and see what they say.
And that's just a sampling of the testimony of the folks who were there at 34 Fairview, driving past 34 Fairview. And it brings us to the first question in our investigation. And this is an extremely...
In other words, this whole puzzle with, there's just a lot to try to sift through, right? Like with Higgins and what's exactly the deal with what's missing. And, you know, if he takes the stand, I think we'll get a lot more answers, because if he takes a stand, regardless of who calls him, the Commonwealth is going to want to try to prove that he did do what he said he did, right? For example, going into the second floor, going into his office and whatnot. So I don't know. I'm going to table that. And then maybe I will work on putting together a video like I described earlier that lines everything up. But it's going to be tough while covering the trial and also all the other stuff that's happening right now. Anyway, all right.
Important one. And in fact, it's a little bit puzzling. Why didn't anybody see John O'Keefe? He's right in the front lawn. Why didn't anyone see him in the house, out of the house, driving by? Joining me to help answer this question tonight, trial attorney Wayne Jennison, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Also with us, attorney, former prosecutor.
That's Dennison. He looks really different on the far left there. He looks real different.
Catherine Loftus and John DePietro, host and creator.
Wow, I would not have recognized him. Would you guys?
Of Road Patrol Live, and with us, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. And Cody, you and I, after the show last night, we went to 34 Fairview in the dark, and interesting ride to say the least.
Absolutely, Vinny. Like you said, we went there in the dark and we rode by on the side of the road closest to the home, and then we did a 3-point turn and rode by on the side.
Kind of an awkward setup.
Away from the home. And again, you know, it wasn't snowing. Obviously, it's May up here in Massachusetts. There was not a blizzard going on, but the visibility was a little bit low, to say the least, Vinny.
All right, so let's take a look, because we don't go anywhere without recording it. Let's take a look at our ride last night,
nice.
Cody Thomas and me. All right, so Cody and I are
We put it on normal speed. It's good that they have this. Love it.
in the car. We're on Cedar Crest on our way to Fairview Road. It's at the next intersection, and we're just going to drive by at night and see what it looks like. Like, what do you see? And I basically have the camera pointed straight out with the same view that I have from the passenger side. Cody, you're in the driver's seat, so I know you're paying attention more to the street. But let's just see what we see.
When up here on the right, you can see the fire, not the fire hydrant right here, the flagpole on the right.
Like it is right there. We just passed the flagpole. That's it.
You can easily see. I mean, you know, there's snow that night, but that's still very close to the road.
Yeah. Let me back that up. It is very close to the road, isn't it? See, look at that, guys. There's the fire hydrant. I mean, that is so close. Also, here, we can get a good look at the quote-unquote berm. I'm going to back it up.
Not the fire hydrant right here, the flagpole on the right.
Like it's...
Wow. I mean, that is so close to the road.
It is right there. We just passed the flagpole. That's it.
You can easily see. I mean, you know, there's snow that night, but that's still very close to the road.
Very close.
Yeah, the thing is that the other pictures, because they have to take them at an angle, and I think they do it like a fisheye or whatever lens type of thing. You know, it's hard to gauge the distance, and the people that have been there have said the same thing.
But what you seeing it from this angle, driving straight on like that, you really get a better idea of just how close to the road it is versus straight on, where it makes the fire hydrant look almost like it's further away from the. Well, actually, whenever you see the straight on pictures, you don't see where the road is, right? It's like the person's in the road or whatever. And then anyway, it's just a different perception or perspective rather, right? To see it like this.
Yeah, we just passed the flagpole. That's it.
Very close to the
It's,
road.
you can easily see. I mean, you know, there's snow that night, but that's still very close to the road. Very close. So we're going to turn around and approach from the other side and see what we see when we're driving down the other side of the road. But it's really striking to me that it's right there. Absolutely. It's not back. It is on the road. The yard's not super big, so you can see pretty much all of it just riding by, whether at night or in the daytime. And again, this is late at night. We already did the show tonight. We're out shooting this tonight. But now we're approaching from the other side. So now it's going to be on the left. It'll be on the left. But like if you're driving down not looking for it, the question is, would you notice it? Is it more noticeable? I thought the yard was really lit up coming down the right side. But coming down the left side, I feel like it's not as lit up. Yeah, it's kind of unassuming. You have one street light here that kind of illuminates this entire section of the street. Yeah. So I would say coming this way, I didn't really notice.
I'll tell you what, though, for me, though, it looks like it's actually the yard is more illuminated, is it not, on this direction? Maybe it's different if you're in the car, but looking at it this way.
The yard was
you know what I mean? There's the fire hydrant. I feel like you can actually see the yard better anyway.
Really lit up coming down the right side, but coming down the left side, I feel like it's not as lit up. Yeah, it's kind of unassuming. You have one street light here that kind of illuminates this entire section of the street. Yeah. So I would say coming this way, I didn't really notice much. Not at all. Yeah. But going the other way, I did. And the question is, were people pulling out of the driveway and going the other way or going this way? I think that makes a big difference. Absolutely. Bottom line, though, from that direction, the approach that we had, it's right in front of you because the road even curves. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for me, Cody, that was a big deal, the curvature of the road. And it seemed when we were on the side closest to 34 Fairview that the headlights actually shined on that part of the yard.
Absolutely, Benny. And as you saw in the video, as all of our live studio audience saw, the yard isn't huge and sprawling. But what I did notice, Benny, as we were riding by, that area where John O'Keefe was found was a little more dimly lit than the rest of the house because there was only that one singular overhead street light on the opposite side of the house away from where the flagpole was. So I would assume maybe at night you probably couldn't see it if you weren't really paying attention. But like you said, the headlights still shown that close area of the yard that was near the road.
All right.
One thing I can speak to, though, and any of you guys who've lived around any place with snow, when you've got a flat area like the grass, like the yard, you know, take it, and even if it's on the opposite side of the street, right? When it's covered, when there's snow, even if it's a small amount of snow, any bit of light is amplified, right? It actually looks really bright. So for example, like even if across the street, they've got a bigger yard here, as you can see on the right-hand side, and there's some snow on the ground there, that light is shining directly on that yard. That would illuminate the whole area more than what it's looking like here where it's grass. You know what I mean? Like the snow really works as like a mirror. And it's always really bright. So anyway.
Light still shown that close area of the yard that was near the road.
All right, let's bring in the rest of our guests. Why didn't anyone see John O'Keefe? I mean, it's not far from the road. The headlights lighted up. Why doesn't anyone see him?
I would ask one question. When you guys went last night, because I think it's a fair representation, it's a fair question for people to ask that, you know, there's a number of people who come outside. Is it reasonable that somebody would be laying on the lawn and you wouldn't see them? I don't know. Were those?
I mean, for my money, as I say, there's really only two basic answers to this, which is one, either he wasn't in the yard yet because he was in the house, or two, he was in the yard and they're lying. I don't think there's any. To me, I don't think there's a possibility that he was there and nobody saw him. That doesn't make any sense to me personally. Now, either way, it means they're lying. For example, if it's the first one, yeah, if they're saying that they didn't see him in the yard and it's true because he wasn't there, well, then they're all lying about him coming in the house, right? Unless he came in the basement and nobody saw that, maybe, right? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way. But basically, it's like either he wasn't there because he was, unless he was, there's no way he was still in the Lexus, right? So it's like either he was in the house, right?
and potentially they're all lying about that, or he was in the yard and they're all lying. I like, in other words, I just don't see that there's a possibility where they didn't see him in the yard if he was there. What do you guys think?
Your regular beams or high beams?
We'll see what they say.
Regular beams.
Regular.
And so I think, because it clearly shows, as you said, then you see a portion of it on the film. The question really is when we're looking in hindsight, it's easy to say, oh, why didn't they see them? And if they didn't see them, then that means that there was some sort of, ill intent, or they're lying or not telling the truth. Sometimes, you have to think about, where are you looking? Are you looking to decide if you're, all of these people have fairly high levels of intoxication?
I think that that's a fair point, but when you're there, and this jury has done a jury view, they did that last year as well. You've been there, I've been there, but they didn't do the jury view at night, and I wish that they had.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'm thinking about is the brand new evidence that
I think they should have done a jury view during the day and at night.
saw a difference between trial 1 and trial 2, which is the fact that the law enforcement neighbor across the street had a camera. Yes. So prosecution is claiming that it was pointed down, but did you see those beams, how it would have illuminated? So I want to see from the crash reconstructionist, and there's going to be a different one this time around, did she do a 3-point turn as they're alleging? How did this happen? And that would have been picked up possibly on that missing video.
I just think it's nighttime. They've all been drinking. People are just thinking about, I got to get home. There wasn't a huge crowd. I mean, there were people, a lot of them were then even closer to the driveway. It does seem odd, but I just think part of this is our behavior at night, which is people are just caught up in, let's get to our, the storm's coming, let's get in our car, the late night, and also that they've been drinking. And it's a fluke, but nobody saw him.
Isn't there a much more obvious answer than this? He wasn't on the lawn.
Like I said.
I mean, I don't know that you can necessarily jump to that because, the problem then, it goes to all these bigger questions, because if you don't see him on the lawn, where is he? Is he in the house? And for him to be in the house, there's a lot of things you have to believe. And that's really the difficult part of this case is that, it's easy for all of us to opine and talk about, after the
let's talk about it in this respect, right? I'm a former prosecutor. You have to prove your case. So you need the evidence. So it would have been very helpful if someone had seen him. No one did. So what does the jury take away from that? Does the jury take away from that? Well, nobody was paying attention, or do they take away from that? That's a lack of evidence. Like, which is it? And how much of a problem could that be?
Well, I think it was a big problem, especially when you get to the snowplow driver. Snowplow driver goes by there twice. He notices other cars on the street. He has really no horse in this race. That's a very difficult place for the prosecution.
I also think, though, the ride was very helpful, Vinny, that you guys just showed. But you guys were zoned in on 34 Fairview. I just wonder, were you that alert? And as you're riding along, what about other houses around there? This neighborhood, everyone has a
I was
Layport
watching the
property.
road because I don't trust Cody driving at night. So I'm paying attention to everything in front of us.
Anyone that's been in that type of setting, sometimes an animal can dart out. I mean, there's various things that can happen. And I just think in the course of that, it's a shame that someone, didn't see him. Brian Higgins was an Army medic. He had a first aid kit. He has told people he wished he had seen him.
I'm gonna actually skip ahead to the ending bit here where it says, where is it? Questions from the live audience. Let's see what they
First contestant, come on down. Oh, look, it was our witness from Dome Gate. Great to see you, Ashley. What's your question or comment tonight?
So we hear a lot about there being another party or two parties' blood on John O'Keefe's shoes. Why is that not talked about more, and why have we not tested it to see whose it is?
How about that? Who's heard about that? You have not heard about that?
So far, I've never heard that.
I don't. This articles of clothing, maybe not the shoes, but.
Anyone heard anything about that? Has anyone heard any of that in the courtroom?
No.
I haven't heard it in the courtroom.
Interesting. Where did you hear it? On the internet? Well, no, because there's a lot of information flowing on the internet.
I feel like I did hear it on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it may.
No testimony on that so far.
No testimony. You haven't heard it. Okay. All right. But great job last night. Come on down. We've got our next. And what's your name?
Karen.
Oh, we've got a Karen.
I knew you were going to say it.
I know. You've heard it a million times, right? So your question or comment?
So in the first trial, Brian Albert said Chloe was in the closet. This trial, Jen McCabe said she ran into the room to wake them up, saw no dog and heard no dog. What's your opinion on that?
Where's the dog?
Maybe the closet door was closed, Vinny. I don't know.
And Jen was not, she just didn't see the dog. So unless, well, that's what she testified to, that it was a non-issue. And we haven't seen Brian Albert. So that's the answer to that.
I think that I'm thinking back to, that girl's question there. I'm wondering if what she's referencing is from opening statements, because the testimony about it hasn't come in yet. But from opening statements, Jackson said he said 5. Wasn't it 5? 5 unknown male DNAs? But it wasn't blood. He said DNA. And I could see how someone could easily your DNA and think blood. I wonder if that's what she's referencing. And I believe it was the shoe, wasn't it? Y'all let me know in the chat. I think it was the shoe. I think he said 5 unknown males, right? Pretty sure. And I think that did come in the last trial as well, but it wasn't blood. It was just DNA. I wonder if that's what she was referencing. And yeah, and then they all got thrown off by the word blood, maybe.
You know, the difficult thing is sometimes when we're watching the case from outside, we have all the information about not only everything that's been talked about pre-trial, but also what was testified to as to trial number 1. Trial number 2 is very different. We heard Jen McCabe talk about that she didn't see the dog. I don't think we're going to hear from Brian now, but if he gets called by the defense, that's probably a question they'll ask him specifically. But as of yet, we haven't heard much outside of Jen McCabe's testimony.
I think we're going to. There's going to be a big, defense case about the dog. Then there's going to be a rebuttal case about the dog. But why didn't anyone hear the dog? I think that's the big question too.
Oh, Twiz is still with us. I thought maybe you were asleep. I'll back it up to that question again.
His articles of clothing. Maybe not talk. So we hear a lot.
Witness from Domegate. Great to see you, Ashley. What's your question or comment tonight?
So we hear a lot about there being another party or 2 parties' blood on John O'Keefe's shoes. Why is that not talked about more, and why have we not tested it to see whose it is?
How about that? Who's heard about that? I've not heard that. You have not heard about that?
I've never heard that.
I don't. His articles of clothing. Maybe not the shoes, but.
Anyone heard anything about that? Has anyone heard any of that in the courtroom?
No.
I believe what's happening here, I can pull it up. I believe it's from opening statements. And I believe it's 5 unknown males, pretty sure. And I believe it was the shoes, but it was DNA and not blood specifically. Let me find this real quick.
Case, he suffered that injury. He was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything. But the doctor
I'm just trying to find this.
Tell you something more, and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not.
Okay, this is the easiest way to do it, actually. This is probably just about the right area. Okay, let's just see here. Here's the dog. Snowplow driver. Ford Edge. We've covered a lot of ground on this live stream, haven't we? Oh, hold on. Okay, no, the collision in. Butt dials. Search the house long to do. Voicemails. Taillight. I hit him. I think we're close to it, pretty sure. DNA on the plastic. Okay. Here we go.
No blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead. The DNA that was actually found, the actual science will show, was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found, John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their...
Okay, I think there's still another one with 5. For some reason, I'm remembering the number 5. But the one male So John and 2 unidentified males. That's from the DNA. That's the taillight. So as far as what the girl said in her question here, I say the girl, but whatever, here we go. This lady, let's go back real quick to her question. See, nobody paid enough. Nobody did. Anyway, whatever.
Folks, we have no idea what they are going to
In other words, her question wasn't just completely off base. They just didn't take the time.
Great to see you. Ashley, what's your question or comment tonight?
So we hear a lot about there being another party or 2 parties' blood on John O'Keefe's shoes. Why is that not talked about more, and why have we not tested it to see whose is?
How about that?
So she could be referencing, and just getting it mixed up, she could be referencing from these opening statements. Again, it hasn't come in yet, this trial. She could be referencing the 2 other known 2 unidentified male DNA samples on the taillight. But I think there's something else.
Speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he
Here's the shoe.
was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5.
This is what I was thinking of. Literally, I was right about the shoe and I was right about 5. Woo! Okay, 5.
Shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5. Count them, 5 unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured some.
Okay. So she was not off base. And what sucks is, so I was literally thinking, I was like, why do I feel like she's right about this, but they're getting it confused. So look at how, though, they brush off her question as she's just completely incorrect. Watch.
Heard about that?
I've not heard that.
Yep, I've not heard about that.
5, never.
We go back to her question. It's 5. We just heard it, right? 5 unidentified males on the shoe. Now, it's not blood, but it's DNA. And that's an easy mistake to make for somebody to hear DNA and think blood. I can understand how that would happen. So check it out.
Ashley, what's your question or comment tonight?
So we hear a lot about there being another party or 2 parties' blood on John O'Keefe's shoes. Why is that not talked about more, and why have we not tested it to see whose is?
How about that? Who's heard about that?
I've not heard that.
Yep, I've not heard about that.
5, never heard that.
I don't have articles of clothing, maybe not the shoes, but.
Well, she starts second guessing herself here.
Anyone heard anything about that? Has anyone heard any of that in the court?
Isn't this sad? And so here's the thing. Again, I don't expect her to have, like, in other words, it was tested, but they're unknown. In other words, they can't attribute it to anybody. And, that will come up in the trial. But they're just like acting like she's just doesn't know what she's talking about. And the point of her question is this: there's unknown male DNA on the shoes. That's the point of the question. That's the point.
No.
I haven't heard it in the courtroom.
Interesting. Where did you hear it? On the internet? Oh, no.
And now, so she doesn't initially say it, but he suggests it.
Because there's a lot of information flowing on the internet.
It's an opening statements. How did no one catch this, dude?
I feel like I did hear it on the internet.
Okay.
No, it's an.
So it may.
No testimony on that so far.
No testimony. Haven't
This is really sad, right?
heard it. Okay. All right.
Wow. Now, technically correct. There's not been testimony on it so far, but there was testimony on it from the last trial because I remember it. But also, it was in opening statements, and they're basically saying there's no testimony. But what they're saying is like they haven't heard about this. This is just nonsense from the internet, and that's just not true at all. I mean, wow, right? So it's unknown. 5 unknown male DNA samples on the tennis shoe. That was we heard about that in the last trial, and from as far as this trial is concerned, it came up in opening statements. So just to reiterate, there was 2 unknown male DNAs on the taillight, but then 5 unknown male DNAs on the tennis shoe. And it'd be easy enough to assume it was blood or whatever. That's easy mistake to make, and that. In other words, hearing unknown and tennis shoe or unknown and sneaker or whatever should have been enough for them to know what she was referencing. So I think that it's just that they weren't paying close enough attention because I made that connection. Anyway, all right. So on to the question where we were. Let's see. We were on to this girl. What was her question?
Jen was not, that it was.
I think that, the difficult thing is sometimes when we're watching the case from outside, we have all the information about not only everything that's been talked about pre-trial, but also what was testified to as to trial number 1. Trial number 2 is very different. We heard Jen McCabe talk about that she didn't see the dog. I don't think we're going to hear, as of yet, we haven't.
About the dog, then there's going to be a rebuttal, right?
Well, Vinny said there were 11 people at the house. He didn't mention the dog at all.
Yeah, that's true. I just want a quick show of hands. Who thinks the issue involving the dog is a big deal? I do. Wow. Big deal. Thank you so much, Karen. Okay, come on down. Don't be shy. What's your name?
My name is Pat from Quincy.
Pat from Quincy, right? They say Quincy, even though it's not spelled that way. A lot of connections in this case to Quincy, so I'm interested in what your question or comment is.
Are the people who destroyed their phones going to be charged with obstruction of justice in this trial?
Both had legally the right to do it. Brian Higgins had it extracted, and Brian Albert, he upgraded his phone, but both of them did it before. They didn't violate any court order.
Boy, the timing was very strange.
By changing their phone number, that the voicemails would be going.
But if you gave your word to an informant, a confidential informant, that no one would ever see a communication, and you have the legal right to upgrade your phone, that's one reason to upgrade it.
I think it goes to, it seems clear, at least to me as an observer and probably everybody, that their excuses as to why they got rid of the phone are probably not being truthful, right? But we saw what happened when they got, the investigators got Michael Proctor's phone. These are two law enforcement officers who, quite frankly, I think there were probably a lot of things on the phone that they didn't want. They had people accusing them of murder, on the defense side. Legally, I don't think there's any likelihood they're going to be charged. There was a motion that was filed. They weren't served with anything. Interestingly enough, that motion ultimately was denied by a different judge who was on this case before Judge Canoni. So they wouldn't have actually had to turn over their phones if they hadn't thrown them away. But, now the defense gets to argue that.
It just doesn't smell right, I think, with a lot of folks. By the way, there's some breaking news. Ashley, come back up here, please. Let's all apologize to Ashley because in their opening statement, the defense did say.
There it is. Somebody must have, dude. Thank you for correcting the record, Vinny. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Well, I guess I didn't need to do all that work, but we verified it first.
Here, please. Let's all apologize to Ashley because in their opening statement, the defense did say there was some unidentified DNA on the shoes. Not blood, but unidentified DNA. Matt, seems like that'll be part of the defense case.
Absolutely will be part of
Excellent.
the defense case.
These people sitting up here should all feel embarrassed of themselves, honestly.
I think that we're seeing a lot of things that are very different from trial 1 to trial 2. And I think that is an indication of something that is going to be
Shout out to Ashley.
big yet to come.
I think it's huge. Ashley on top of it. Thank you so much. All right, come on down, sir. Yes, sometimes men show up here. It's not just an audience of ladies. Here we go. What's your name, sir?
My name's Mike from Boston, and thank everybody for coming out tonight. So I guess my question, I had a million questions, but now I'm tired. As attorneys up there watching this Super Bowl of a trial, I would say, because I've never been with Vinny in CourtTV and Dedham before, so this is kind of big. Watching these attorneys, what is your favorite attorney moment up to this point in the trial where you were like, wow, that was really awesome?
Oh, let's go down the line. We'll start with Wayne.
My overall belief here is that I think Hank Brennan overall has done just a terrific job of organizing his case, trying to put his case on in a way that is intelligible and where he basically hits all the buttons and just moves on.
Catherine?
I would say, I'm going to answer this in two parts. I think that Alan Jackson is doing an excellent job at cross-examining all of these witnesses and really able to glean what he wants from them, poke holes. And then on the other side, Attorney Brennan really almost after every single witness is subject to cross-examination, put somebody on the stand or plays a clip that really sort of deflates.
It sounds to me, Catherine, like you were part of the first jury because you're hung right here.
I am.
We've heard it from you.
Again, they're not giving anything specific. His question was a specific moment. I can think off the top of my head multiple specific moments. One of them is when Alan Jackson was questioning, cross-examination of Trooper Buchanan, and the part about the who he handed the taillight pieces to or whatever. This is when they were going through, they had the manila bag and the handwriting and all that. And the part where it was like, oh my God. And he was like, who did? Oh my God, that was amazing. I think that even just from this very live stream, Unetti's 3-question cross of that last brand new law enforcement officer where he just asked 3 questions on cross, that was brilliant. Another highlight for me was a lessee with Ian Whiffen when he asked about, God, there were so many moments from that though, dude. About the weather or the temperature, and don't you think you should have known what temperature it was? And then there was the Fahrenheit, and just it went on from there. There were a lot of highlights from that, and that's just off the top of my head.
John DePietro, real quick.
I like how AJ gets into, he was doing with Yuri, the fighting stance and courage, but Hank Brennan Just the way he makes it so simple. When he gets up, the jury's locked on him. He doesn't. Elise goes on a little too far. Hank Brennan is just the facts.
All right. Thank you, sir. We got time for one more. Perfect. What's your name?
Tina. So I'm wondering if it's normal that witnesses of a suspected crime or accident lawyer up before they're interviewed by police.
Great question. How normal is that?
Well, I think any of the attorneys, we would all say that, specifically relative to a homicide, it's always better to be safe than sorry. You can't be used against you. The fact that, somebody this finger's being pointed at you, this idea that, if you're innocent, just go talk to the police. I think that's what we're arguing against, that the police will, twist or change things if you do that. So my advice is you should always have a lawyer.
Wait 10 seconds.
Every single time. If there's going to be a witness who wants to go talk to the police, I want to know about it.
I just want to throw out, the witnesses have told me they were thrown because there was a federal grand jury, so they didn't know what was going on that spring when they're being torn between the two grand juries.
And there's a civil litigation also pending. And
What? Civil litigation pending, and then the two grand juries is well after. I mean, I can't recall when they lawyered up. Of course, as you guys know, I think that's always the right choice. The way I interpreted the question was like the idea of them getting lawyers before they even knew that anyone was going to talk to them, right? Like it's a consciousness of guilt thing. Like, for example, like if you're what should look like an extraneous witness to something, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
a lot of these people will be witnesses.
All right. Big thank you, Wayne Dennison.
Like, I think that's the point, right? Is like the knowledge that they were going to be witnesses when they shouldn't have had any indication of that at that point. I don't know. I don't remember when they lawyered up, but long story short, lawyering up is always the best choice. But I think her question was more like, how did they know? I think her question was less, in my opinion, less about lawyering up being suspicious and more about them knowing that they were going to be key witnesses in a murder trial that early on. That's the consciousness of guilt, right? Whether they lawyered up or not, it's like them knowing that they were going to be important people in this. That's how I interpret the question. Anyway, that's the end of this one. So we didn't watch all of it, but we hit some of the high points, I think, here, hopefully. And that'll be it for this live stream. So, wow, definitely covered a lot of ground, though. There's a lot of questions I have for sure, as you guys know. And then tomorrow, I think what I'll be doing is covering, I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say because, here's the cross-exam of Brian Higgins. It's tough to say because, I mean, I don't know if it's even worth covering Karen Reed during the day tomorrow because, people are going to be watching. I don't know. I'll just have to figure it out. And in other words, for efficiency's sake, it would be most efficient to cover it during the day, right? And then do Brian Koberger, I'm going to be doing that anyway, right? Like in the evening. But I don't know. If nobody's going to be there, I don't know. I'll just have to figure it out. Anyway, it'll be a big day. That's long story short is tomorrow will be a big day in the world of trial. And for anyone who missed it earlier tonight, we also did the latest on Becky Hill. So all that going on there. But as always, thanks everyone for being here. Hopefully, with any luck, Twiz will pop on tomorrow to give us his insight as to what it was like being squirrel boots on the ground in Boise. Hopefully, if he's able to even text us and give us updates as well, that would be awesome. But other than that, that'll be it for this one, guys. I love y'all. Y'all are the best. And squirrel out.